Sinais en Curto é unha sección xa habitual no festival. Dende a primeira edición, o S8 utiliza este espazo para amosar as obras máis arriscadas e vanguardistas que se poden ver en Galicia no momento. Deste xeito, o festival actúa como receptor, pero tamén como difusor do traballo de novos creadores e creadoras e de outros artistas que xa teñen unha traxectoria un pouco máis consagrada. Nesta edición dual, e aproveitando o espazo que nos brinda a rede, queremos adicarlle un pequeniño foco a cada un deles, así que, ademais da peza seleccionada, poderedes ver outros traballos anteriores e afondar un pouquiño nas ideas e nos procesos de traballo dos artistas. Benvidos e benvidas a Sinais en Curto.
Chámome Alberto Pagán, son escritor e cineasta e fago películas. Normalmente pola miña conta, con procesos moi longos, porque realmente desde que teño unha idea hasta que se materializa pode pasar unha década tranquilamente. De feito, empecéi moi tarde a facer películas vitalmente, pois, en parte por este proceso de lentitude e en parte por un problema material, porque non tiña as ferramentas para facer todo o que tiña na cabeza. Aínda que filmacións sí que tiña previas á miña primeira película, igual unha década antes. Xa desde pequeno me gustaba moito o cine. Eu son e sempre fun un gran consumidor de cine, pero son un consumidor que sempre quedaba insatisfeito coas películas que vía e non acababa de topar aquel cinema que realmente me gustaba. Empecéi, sobre todo durante unha estancia en Londres, empecéi a ver cousas un pouquiño máis alternativas, cousas que hoxendía están moi asimiladas, pero que daquela se lle podría chamar así, alternativas, como pode ser o cinema de Chantal Akerman. Pero non foi até que descubrín a London Filmmakers Co-op, que tiña programación semanal de cine experimental en Londres, que realmente descubrín un cinema que realmente me explotou na cabeza. E a partir de ali me fixen asiduo das sesións da Cooperativa de Londres e realmente foi un cinema que me gustaría naqueles momentos reproducir ou imitar ou a partir de aí seguir avanzando. Eu creo que bebe moito das vanguardas máis politizadas, realmente, todas as vanguardas desde o surrealismo, o dadaísmo, o letrismo, o situacionismo, son vanguardas non só estéticas e cinematográficas, sino que tamén son vanguardas globais, ou sexa, políticas. E realmente esa mistura entre vanguarda formal e incidencia política, pois eu creo que está xa desde a miña primeira película, e, de feito, as primeiras películas que fixen están feitas no contexto de brigadas políticas a certos países, en concreto de Latinoamérica. Uluru é o corazón de pedra de Australia, tanto xeográficamente como políticamente. É unha, aparte de un monumento natural impresionante, pois ten un gran significado para os povos aborixes de Australia. É como, ao mesmo tempo, unha catedral para os povos aborixes e unha biblia, porque todos os rasgos desta xigantesca rocha, cada fenda, cada curva, é como explica, en certa maneira, é unha imaxe da súa mitoloxía ou da súa maneira de ver o mundo, un pouquiño como as vidrieiras das catedrais góticas, non? Que están integradas na catedral e coa súa figuración pois explican didácticamente o que é o contido mitolóxico desa religión en concreto. E eu cheguei ali simplemente como turista, sen intención de filmar, de feito, nin levaba cámara, nin de fotos, nin de vídeo, pero é tan impresionante que, ao final, pois, me saquei a miña tableta e me puxen a dar voltas á rocha e a filmar. Non a rocha en sí, en plano xeral, porque iso xa está moi visto, e tamén era unha das razóns polas que non tiña intención de filmala, senón os detalles desa superficie, non? E ao final os planos cada vez son máis breves, de maneira que se crea unha especie de animación entre un fotograma e o seguinte, de toda esta textura desta pel escamosa da rocha. Pero ao mesmo tempo é inevitável entender o significado político desta rocha. De feito, non foi até hai 2 ou 3 anos que finalmente prohibiron subir a rocha porque é un lugar sagrado para os povos aborixes e era unha reivindicación dos povos aborixes desde hai moito tempo. Porque, de feito, a propiedade da rocha é aborixe, o que pasa que teñen aí un acordo, unha especie de consorcio co Estado para explotalo turísticamente. E entón este significado eu creo que está integrado na película, o da reivindicación nacional dos povos aborixes, e a súa independencia do poder colonial. Pero cando eu cheguei a Uluru, o único que coñecía de películas filmadas ali, pois xa non me lembro cal era. As películas que fixo Taka Imura en vídeo, que non deixan de ser moi, iba a dicir turísticas, o sea, paisaxísticas, porque de feito a idea dele era facer un disco láser destes de paisaxe con musiquiña suave para relaxarse, non? Unha especie de pintura en movimento na parede. As películas dos Cantril ou de Michael Lee, que tamén aparece como axudante, bueno, era o chofer na segunda viaxe ao Uluru dos Cantril, descoñecías por completo. De feito, vinas aquí no Cegai, cando se fixe un ciclo sobre os Cantril, e votaron at Uluru and the second journey to Uluru. E foi moi interesante porque realmente estaba vendo a ver que confluencias había entre a miña película e a deles. E, de feito, hai moitas diferencias, pero sí que hai cousas que realmente coincidimos aí os dous. Pero xa che digo, descoñecía completamente todo o que se fixera ali agás as películas de Taka Imura. É un perímetro de uns 11 kilómetros. Normalmente a xente que vai visitalo se vai ali ao aparcamento, e logo hai un pequeno mirador para ver os solpores e os amenceres, pero realmente te pos a camiñar arredor e non te topas con ninguén. Entón foi un día moi tranquilo, moi relaxante, e iba camiñando sen ningunha presa todo arredor da rocha. E xa desde o primeiro momento a miña idea era eso, de filmar planos curtos da superficie, curtos no sentido do encuadre e curtos temporalmente tamén. E esta idea de animación xa estaba aí desde o principio. Hai son natural ao principio, son directo. E logo na segunda parte pois introducín unha peza de un grupo galego que se chama Vietcong, que está formado por Dani Salgado, que era ex-integrante de outro grupo que se chama Das Capital, e 2 membros de Urro. E entón, pois, unha actuación como se chama? Vanme matar, os de Pontevedra. O Liceo Mutante de Pontevedra. E gravei iso. Normalmente, como traballo, pois, se algún día vas á miña casa, verás así pezas que fago, que teño colgadas polas paredes, que son especies de colaxes. Utilizo normalmente caixóns de mesas de noite vellas e as convirto, poñoas en forma vertical e as convirto en caixas cheas de cousiñas de todo tipo, non? E esa é un poquinho a miña maneira de traballar, de mirar o que teño arredor, este pauciño me vale para aquí, esta pedriña me vale para lá, e ao momento de buscar unha banda sonora, pois tiña esa grabación recente de Vietcong e decidín utilizala, que tamén é un grupo musical con bastantes implicacións políticas e reivindicativas. Pois estaba de viaxe en Finlandia, en Helsinki, e, de feito, estando por ali, chamoume Gonzalo Veloso por se tiña algunha peciña para o seu festival Intersección. E eu dixen, home, non teño nada especial, pero teño aí moitas cousas, que tardo moito en facer cousas, pero logo cando me poño, pois igual fago 3, 4 películas seguidas. E entón, paseando por un mercadillo que había en Helsinki, topei unha caixa con estas bellas fotografías, 75 fotografías, e entón lle pregunto ao señor canto costan, dime que €1 cada unha, entón eu calculo 75 €, e lle volvo a preguntar, pero se chas levo todas, por canto? E me di, €1 cada unha. E entón me vou dar unha volta polo mercadillo e empezo aí a... Eu son moi malo para regatear e empezo a pensar, xa tan pronto vin as fotografías xa dixen, quero facer unha película con estas fotografías, porque me parecía moi interesante recuperar todas esas persoas de hai máis de 100 anos, aí olvidadas nun caixón. E entón dixen, bueno, voulle ofrecer 50, pero pensei na cara, non mal encarado que era o señor, e dixen, bueno, voulle ofrecer 60 €. Entón volvo por ali e lle digo, mira, se che dou 60 €, aceptas? E o tipo me di, sí, sin ningún problema. E eu, que non valgo para regatear, pensei para min, pois se lle ofrezo 30 seguro que, ou 20 seguro que máis dá igual. Pero bueno, vale a pena, porque... E tamén a película naceu nese momento, simplemente unha sucesión de fotografías que tamén teñen unha implicación social e política moi importante, porque, claro, Finlandia foi colonia sueca durante moito tempo, tamén rusa. O sueco foi a lingua oficial durante moito tempo, hoxe en día sigue sendo unha lingua cooficial. Hai xente que fala sueco que non se entende coa xente que fala finés, a día de hoxe. E por norma xeral, pois o finés era un poquinho como o galego, non? Era unha lingua despreciada, das clases baixas, e a lingua culta era o sueco. E o curioso é que destas persoas fotografadas non se conservan os nomes, pero sí se conservan os estudos fotográficos que realizaron estas fotografías. E é curioso porque non son estudos fotográficos fineses, porque Finlandia non tiña esa capacidade técnica nin ese desenvolvemento social como para ter estudos fotográficos naqueles anos. E entón son estudos ou suecos, nun par de casos noruegueses. Entón esta implicación social de quen é esta xente, se son fineses que contratan a un estudo fotográfico sueco para facerlle a foto, ou son fotos de suecos e de suecas que cruzaron o mar para aparecer ali en Helsinki, pois me interesaba moito todos estes aspectos sociopolíticos. E iso está aí, pero eu tampouco quería explicar nada. De feito, o título é o máis neutro posible. Teño aquí un par de fotografías, que son estas. Todas son do mesmo tamaño. Aquí temos unha familia e unha muller. Como vedes, o único que se conserva é o estudo fotográfico que está abaixo, en algún caso tamén pola parte posterior. E o tamaño son 6 por 9 centímetros, que é o título da película. Non quería dar maior interpretación a estas fotografías. Na versión a dobre pantalla, pois, se xuntamos 6 por 9, pois nos queda un formato de pantalla de 4 por 3, que normalmente é o formato que utilizo eu nas miñas películas. E tampouco quería, como non quería interpretar nada, tampouco vai ninguna banda sonora. O sea, foto tras foto, completamente mudo. Sí, bueno, e era un pequeno xogo matemático, como eran 75 fotografías, pois lle din 7 segundos e medio para cada fotografía, 7 segundos do anverso e medio segundo, ou seja, alrededor de 12 ou 13 fotogramas do reverso, que algunha xente se queixaba de que non daba tempo de lelas, pero eses nomes dos estudos fotográficos reaparecen nos créditos ao final da película. Teño dúas versións. Unha versión é a primeira que fixen, que as fotos están filmadas. Eu puxen a foto diante da cámara e filmei foto tras foto. E fixen a montaxe e a película estaba acabada. Chamolle unha versión branda, os perfís non están moi definidos, hai un certo desenfoque, pero hai moita vida, non é moito máis plástica, máis agradable de ver, porque vese que pasa o tempo, que hai ese pequeno tembleque non do cine de celuloide, pero o vídeo tamén ten ese aire que hai entre a cámara e a fotografía que sí que se nota que se move, que ten vida. E unha vez que tiña a película acabada, pois quixen facer un experimento que era facer o mesmo, pero escaneando as fotografías. E esa versión que lle chamo versión dura está moi ben, perfectamente enfocado, os perfis están perfectamente definidos, pero non ten esa vida que ten a outra. Entón, isto valería máis ben como arquivo histórico para quen necesite analizar a maneira en que se vestía esta xente, ou os rostros, ou a fotografía en sí, os encuadres, e a outra versión, a versión branda, sería para o desfrute visual, simplemente. E como tiña as dúas, e as dúas me parecían interesantes, decidín facer unha versión a dobre pantalla e poñer unha ao lado de outra para ver as diferencias. Cambian as cores, cambian os contrastes, e cambia tamén o mesmo encuadre da fotografía. Entón, a min esta comparación entre unha versión e outra me parece moi interesante. A miña faceta como escritor cinematográfico tamén naceu indo a sesións da Cooperativa de Cineastas de Londres, porque realmente foi tal o choque que recibín ao enfrentarme a estas películas que realmente non sabía por onde collelas, porque se apartaban de todo o que eu coñecía e todo o que tiña lido de cine, que empecé a buscar información, textos e entrevistas por todos lados. Falamos dos anos 90, non había moita cousa publicada, había 2 ou 3 libros canónicos e pouco máis. E entón a miña faceta de escritor cinematográfico naceu desa necesidade de compartir o que eu vivira, porque daquela no Estado español era imposible ver nada deste cine, non? Pois iso, desta maneira didáctica ou divulgativa, empecé a escribir textos e a intentar facer sesións de cinema experimental. E, de feito, este libro que escribín de introducción aos clásicos do cinema experimental non é máis que o catálogo dunha exposición que fixéramos no ano 99 no CEGAC de Santiago e no CEGAI da Coruña. Realmente eu creo que foi moi importante porque era a primeira vez que se veían moitas desas películas neste país. A partir de aí seguín programando no CEGAI ou no Cineclube de Compostela e noutros sitios, no Laboratorio de Movementos, que era un laboratorio de danza que tiña Blanca Novoneira. E tamén a partir de aí saían textos para explicar o que se proxectaba. Curiosamente, nunca tuve problemas para publicar este tipo de textos. Tanto en editoriais galegas positivas como en españolas, como Cátedra, que sacou un libro sobre Andy Warhol que sería unha versión, traducción do que salira antes en galego en 2 tomos. E digamos que as editoriais aceptan textos sobre a vanguarda, pero logo cousas máis persoais que fago eu, que eu tamén metería dentro da vanguarda, sempre tuve problemas para publicaros. Hasta que chegou un momento que me dixen, mira, igual que eu fago as películas fora de todos os ámbitos industriais, a miña bola, e sin buscar financiación, e non teño por que pedirlle permiso a ninguén, tamén empecé a publicar pola miña conta os meus textos sen ter que dar explicacións a ninguén. Estou moi satisfeito diso tamén.
xogo fútbol moi ben. Gústame bailar. Xogo fútbol moi ben. Gústame bailar. xogo fútbol moi ben. Gústame bailar. Xogo fútbol moi ben. Gústame bailar.
Bienvenidos a La Flor del Día. Este es el primero de una serie de programas en el que os queremos brindar un ramillete de películas florales. La idea de La Flor del Día viene a raíz del título de nuestra edición, que se llama El Jardín Secreto, a través de la cual lo que queremos hacer es recuperar la primavera perdida. Esta primera flor que queremos compartir con vosotros la hemos llamado el Jardín Interior, y la grabamos precisamente desde el Jardín de San Carlos de Na Coruña, que es un jardín acotado. Primero fue una fortaleza y después se convirtió en jardín romántico. Y desde aquí os queremos hablar de Asparagus, de Susan Pitt, del año 1979, que es la película que vamos a ver. Susan Pitt, que es originaria de Kansas, en Estados Unidos, se formó originalmente como pintora y a principios de los 70 empezó a experimentar con la animación de manera autodidacta a través de recortables y de dibujos animados hasta llegar a Asparagus, que es su película más emblemática y también un hito dentro del cine de la animación. Asparagus, que es espárrago en inglés, es un vegetal que Susan Pitt eligió como símbolo de la sexualidad, de una sexualidad fluida, porque en el momento en que el espárrago sale de la tierra tiene una forma fálica, pero a medida que se va desarrollando y que va creciendo, pues se torna como una figura femenina y también echa flores. De lo que se trata de la película es una expresión de la sexualidad femenina y también del impulso creativo. Y esto lo hace Susan Pitt a través de una serie de imágenes que aluden a su consciente, de imágenes surreales, muy impactantes, que convierten la película pues, en un festín absoluto para los sentidos. La técnica por la que Susan Pitt realizó Asparagus es la que usan los estudios de animación grandes, o la que usaban hasta hace poco, que es una técnica en la que primero se dibujan los fondos, que permanecen estáticos, y la animación se hace encima de hojas de acetato que van generando ese movimiento. A Susan Pitt le tomó 4 años completar esta película, que aparte de esta técnica que os acabo de contar, pues también utiliza en un momento dado una secuencia de stop motion. Otra particularidad de la película es que esa conexión de ideas del subconsciente, Susan Pitt la quiso reflejar a través del montaje y la película no tiene o apenas tiene cortes, y por lo general lo que pasa es que unas imágenes van arrastrando las siguientes de manera como muy suave y muy fluida. Y bueno, si queremos buscar como parentescos o referentes dentro del cine de Susan Pitt, podemos pensar por ejemplo en el cine de Maya Deren, o en la pintura surrealista, sobre todo la pintura surrealista hecha por mujeres, como por ejemplo Leonora Carrington o como Remedios Varo, por ejemplo. Se ha dicho también muchas veces de Asparagus que tiene como una cualidad lynchiana, Y como dato también que ayude a poner en contexto la película, pues me gustaría apuntar que esta película se exhibió en sesión doble a finales de los 70 durante un par de años con cabeza borradora de David Lynch. Y bueno, sin más, os dejo con Asparagus de Susan Pitt.
Xogo fútbol moi ben. Gústame bailar. Xogo fútbol moi ben. Gústame bailar. Xogo fútbol moi ben, gústame bailar.
Isto é Cámara Oscura, a nova sección online desta edición dual do S8 Mostra de Cinema Periférico da Coruña, deseñada para seguir difundindo e divulgando o cinema experimental por todo o mundo neste novo contexto do ano 2020. Con esta intención e unha clara vocación creativa, atopamos a nosa inspiración en Screening Room, o mítico programa de Robert Garner emitido pola televisión pública de Boston nos anos 70 e pola que pasaron os cineastas máis relevantes do seu tempo. Cámara Oscura nace para ser emitido en streaming nun novo formato renovado e adaptado aos nosos tempos. Agardamos que disfrutedes deste experimento online do S8 que quere ser ese feixe de luz que viaxa pola rede para proxectarse nos vosos cuartos.
Welcome everybody to this first Cámara Oscura program. Today we're going to have with us Amy Halper. She's a filmmaker we discovered 2 years ago in our festival S8 Mostra de Cinema Periférico in A Coruña, Spain. Thanks to a program made by Antonella Bonfanti, she brought us some films from the Canyon Cinema collection, and among these films there was 3 Minute Hells by Amy Halper. And we were completely amazed by this film because of how suggestive it was, and we started investigating about her films. So we thought about bringing her this year to be with us in the festival, but we couldn't do that. Hello, Amy. Welcome to Cámara Oscura. This is the first one of the programs we are going to record for this year. And I would like to begin the interview with you asking you, how did you become interested in art?
It seems like it was always a major part of my life since I was a baby. Technically, I know that my mother would take us, me and my younger sister, to a museum in New York, Museum of Modern Art, or the Metropolitan Museum, let us choose something we liked, and then she would hand us a bottle and put us down. So, and plus the house that I lived in, the apartment, my mother made everything very beautiful all the time. So pictures on the wall, the furniture, she refinished everything. It was always beautiful to look at. Interesting fabrics, interesting textures. Plus her cooking was also incredible and also beautiful to look at. And she herself is thrilling to look at. So there was always major compulsions to be awake with my eyes all the time.
Mm-hmm. And how did you begin in the arts? Because I have read that it was not cinema, your first choice, so to speak. So can you tell me a little bit of how did it all started?
Do you mean professional or interest or?
Yeah, when you first started studying.
I wanted to be a surgeon. I was always interested in biology. And so I expected I would be a surgeon. I studied to be a surgeon. I mean, only until the beginning of college. And also I was in a dance company, so I understood what that was. But it was not a satisfying art form for me to pursue for myself because it has no close-ups. And the proscenium is very limited, I found. You couldn't go in and show somebody to look right here at this. They would see the whole thing and have to make their evaluations the way they do all the time normally. So that wasn't very satisfying to me. But I figured that the films that I wanted to make or would make had already been made, since I was very gratified by the paintings I saw, the music I heard. And it was not until I went to Binghamton that I realized, A, how vast the body of experimental work was, and B, how small it was. I realized then that there was a vacancy, that what I imagined and assumed existed already did not. So that's where that began.
Because what was your first exposure to experimental film?
Also very young. My father is a film fanatic, and he's never been afflicted by any genre issues. So for him, a good film is a good film. So we saw lots of everything all the time without distinction. Features, new features, antique features, experimental film at the Museum of Modern Art all the time, animation, documentaries. It was all good. And I don't distinguish in genre at all. And I think that's because of his good taste.
So once you decided to devote your life to film, what did you do? How was your training? How did you prepare yourself for being a filmmaker?
Well, my training in music and composition generally was as a dancer, because I started very young, and always part of that was improvising. With a piece of music you would get to know intimately, and then choreograph to the music, or in some way sometimes silent. But I don't like the human body particularly, one's own body, my own body, as a medium seemed to me too limited to bother with. As a dancer with music, in time, and rhythm that way. And then when I realized I had to make my own films, I was in a very magnificent environment. I was in Binghamton in 70, 71, 72. And at the fluorescence, everybody who was a fantastic filmmaker passed through, and I got to see them in a small group. Hollis Frampton, Kubelka, of course, Brakhage, everybody passed through there, everybody. And of course, Ken Jacobs and Larry Gottheim. And so I ingested everything. And then after less than a year, when I realized that that's what I wanted to do myself, I removed myself from there. Because it's fine to make things in a hothouse where the behavior is encouraged, but that's not realistic in a life. And because I had already been trained as a dancer to know that it's a privilege and an honor to make art, you never expect to be paid for it. I knew that I had to find another way to stay solvent, to make a living, pay my rent, eat, that had nothing to do with that. So that was very clear to me really early, when I was 14 maybe. But I didn't know that it would relate to filmmaking. So I dropped out of Binghamton. I went back to New York City and worked full-time as a typist and secretary. And then a year or two later, when my colleagues from Binghamton graduated, we started the Collective for Living Cinema in New York to show work. But until that point, except for screenings that I would see, it was me struggling just with a camera and a splicer.
And you started filming in 8mm?
Yes, which is, I think, a much nicer medium than Super 8. I really dislike Super 8 very much.
Really?
It's wonderful to shoot if you go direct to video and edit on video. But as a medium to edit, it's a monster. Because there's no such thing as, I've never seen, a good splice in Super 8. I made one film that way under obligation when I came back to school. And despite having spliced it and respliced it at least 3 or 4 times, it was still impossible. 8mm, however, is delightfully exactly half of 16mm, which is half of 35. So it has a symmetry that's beautiful, and also the same splicer that I was using when I started cutting regular 8 is the same one I cut on 16 now. So that was very pleasing.
So you started making film at the beginning of the 70s, and can you tell me a little bit of your work process? Like, I was wondering, watching your films, the ones that I have been able to see, if you have some kind of script or score beforehand or structure for your films, or is more an organic process?
It's both. Usually I'm compelled by something that I would like to look at a lot. So sometimes that's something that I know is going to need to be cut, gesture by gesture or scene by scene. And other times it's dictated by the material after I've made it. I take notes all the time. I sketch occasionally and make plans which may or may not resemble the outcome. But it's certainly part of the process to make lots of shooting notes.
Because there are some films that we're going to watch today among them, in which there is a sense of mise en scène. This is how the French people say it. Because of the lighting, the gestures, and also there is some kind of scenery prepared beforehand. So could you tell us a bit about this?
When I looked up to see what you might possibly mean by asking about mise en scène, they say it includes the lighting, what's in the shot, the colors, the sound. All of that is what it is, and that's what I shoot. So although I do manipulate what that is, or I choose, or I select, it's not serving anything except that. I mean, I'm shooting that. I'm not sure that answers the question.
Yeah, but there are some actions in your films, like in the ones we're going to watch, like Elixir or Injury in a Theme, that there is like some stage actions. So I was wondering about that.
Oh, well, certainly where I need someone to make a gesture, that would be directed by me, yes. Sometimes I'm lucky and find something happening that I'd like to shoot, but more often, because I'm very slow, I have to ask it to occur or cause it to occur. So invite people or their hands or the objects. But I wouldn't say, I mean, the story is the least of interest to me. Story is never really of interest to me. I think a story arises in our minds as a reflex of the way our brains work. Because the human brain necessarily makes order. The human brain necessarily tries to make causal sense from one thing to the next. Ergo, stories arise in the mind. But that's not what I'm trying to conjure up.
Yeah, this is something interesting of your films, is that you make up some kind of narrative in your mind based on the images you see. This is quite interesting for me.
I have impressions. I have a state of mind I'm trying to get across, or perhaps recreate something that I've seen. Yes, and I confess to manipulating that quite a bit.
So, and how do you work the montage of your films? There are some films that are very simple, like Double Bottom Ball, that we're going to watch later, which is just a shot. But then there you have another films that there is like a juxtaposition of elements that is very interesting. And I would like to know, how do you work with the editing of the films?
Sometimes the order is very clear to me from the beginning before I shoot. And other times the order just needs to be played around with until it renders what I would like. In the case of, well, we'll talk about them as we see them perhaps. But in the case of Injury on a Theme, it was literally to play some more with some themes that I explored rather grand scale in falling lessons, but I hadn't fully focused on as much as I wanted to. So, yes, I guess there is a suggested sense of a continuity, a place, a state of mind, a situation in which someone could give advice or show something. And yes, I put them in such an order as that. But sometimes it's also to have, it's very difficult to call it a narrative for me. I mean, I think in terms of the sort of vulgar way of talking about a movie, you want a payoff or a punchline, not a punchline, but something that makes the whole effort click in some sort of sense or reveal itself. And that would be my motivation, would be to build towards what the contemplation is of, sometimes in a way that's simple, like in Slow Fireworks, which you've seen. I went to from one to the most, to the most, to the most, hopefully the most exquisite or the most lucid of the demonstrations of what that's trying to show. In Injury on a Theme, it's more complicated because there's more text in it, more verbal text and more, what I'm trying to discuss is more complicated, that's all. It's a more difficult, so yes, there's more shots in it and more assistance from the verbal side of it. I don't know if I'm answering your question.
Yeah, now that you mentioned Slow Fireworks, I was wondering about your titles. I think they are very interesting in the sense that sometimes they open like a new dimension to the film. In the case of Slow Fireworks, when you start watching the images in this film, the title remains in your mind and kind of guide you through the film. So can you tell me a little bit about your titles?
Well, it's very difficult to make a good title, I think. It took me a very long time because on the one hand, one would like a title that's descriptive or helps you know what you're going to get. On the other hand, one doesn't want to be too obvious. It's a combination of too much, too little, too much, too little. And I always look at Papyrus, which is the subject of Slow Fireworks, and they always look to me like fireworks. They always look to me like miniature explosions. And so, although I thought for a long time that title was too obvious, finally I thought it was the most literal, and so I kept that one. Others have been more of a struggle to name. Injury on a Theme, I knew exactly that was the title from the beginning, because it was another injury on the same theme. I mean, that was a literal title. In the case of Falling Lessons, that was a really difficult title. I had many other working titles. The Invoking Power of Gesture. I mean, it's a terrible title. Another one was Free Fall, also not the accurate title, but at least it gave the sense of falling, which was the key notion in that picture. So I felt finally that I'm very happy with that title. You want not to be obstructed by a title, and you also want to be enticed by it, but you don't want to be misled. So hopefully the titles are not misleading or unfair or, and worst of all, of course, is a title that suggests something completely other than what you get. And then it's too bad.
So, well, I remember when Antonella Bonfanti brought us this Canyon program, she showed your film 3 Minute Hells. And well, we're very impressed by this film, and that's where it all started, when I contacted you back in the day and so on. And something that really struck me, made an impression on me that day, was the way you use the sound in your films, in your sound films at least, in that one and in the other ones I've seen. So I was wondering, how do you work with sound? How do you think the sound of a film? It's like it comes with the image, if it comes afterwards because of the suggestions of the image. Can you tell us a little bit about how do you work with sound?
Yeah, the idea of how films used to be made, but not so much anymore, of double system, a so-called double system. So you have picture, you have sound. And in the old days, until 15 minutes ago, they were done on separate units. And so even if you were shooting sync sound, where they were to match, it was still a separate consideration all the time. That's not mostly how I work. Mostly I work visually first. One of the films that we'll look at together, which is the Maya Double Bottom Bowl, was one of the first things that I shot in digital that I consider a movie of mine. Because in digital filmmaking, it is double system, period. Sound is always an artifact that comes with picture. It's a gift. It's either a gift or a problem, depending on how it works. In this case, the miracle of something literally being a one-to-one equal arrangement. What you see is what you hear. That's very thrilling. And I break that all the time because it's only thrilling if you don't do it all the time. In that film, what's interesting and surprising about that object is that object actually makes that sound when it's manipulated that way. Much of the time, I hear the music in my head before, not music, but the soundtrack, long before I make it, unless it's words that are spoken. And I hear it very clearly in my head, to the degree that I'm perhaps deluded, because my close friend Lebrun here, for years watched Falling Lessons, and eventually and finally, it took 15 years to finish, and I think of that, almost half of it was sound work. And when it was finally mixed and finished, he said, "Oh, now I finally see what you were doing." Whereas before I thought it was really clear, but that's only because I was hearing it. It wasn't clear until I rendered it, and that's because the sound isn't necessarily what the image is showing. So I'm very slow when I work, because the only way I can do it is with extreme subjective focus, watching it and seeing, watching it and reacting, watching and reacting, and then trying to catch myself in the act of what I think is obvious, but isn't yet rendered, as in the case of the soundtrack. In Falling Lessons or in 3 Minute Hells, it was definitely needed to be made to clarify what was on the screen.
So now we're going to watch Double Bottom Bowl. Could you introduce us the film? Can you tell us what is this object and how did it all start?
This is an example of being presented with something that you can't possibly resist. It was in the context of a film that I was shooting and lighting for David Lebrun, my colleague behind the camera here. And we were in Washington, D.C. at a museum and archive called Dumbarton Oaks. And we were in specific shooting their Maya objects in a movie called Breaking the Maya Code about the decipherment. And the curator was taking us around to the objects that David had long before requested, and she knew we were going to be filming. And because we were as welcome as we were lucky to be, she was opening cases and taking things out for us. If you didn't see it move, you would never know that it had that magic sound quality. If you saw it in a case, what it is a bowl, a ceramic bowl this big, which is incised with designs on the outside, and has been made, it's a masterpiece of ceramics, with a hidden double inside of which there's some beans. It was made about 650 AD, so it would be in the Maya classic period of their high accomplishment. And the symbols on it are the glyph for corn, and they're emerging out of a line or horizon or ground. And so when you make this sound, this whooshing sound, which you'll shortly hear, there's no question in our mind that this is something that was made for ceremony, probably a rain-inducing ceremony. And I think of it as prehistoric special effects equipment, because you're seeing an empty bowl, but it's making the sound of water.
So let's watch Double Bottom Bowl. Okay, so well, after watching this very simple and very beautiful film, we're going to move to the next film we're showing here, which is Elixir. It's very charged of meaning, I think, this film of texture and light. So could you tell us a little bit about Elixir?
It's a film I made as a love letter to my husband. And it has to do with the conjuration of all good things and of magic liquids. So conjuration of life, water, wine, blood, semen, milk, breast milk. And breast milk figures heavily in this film. In fact, I think this film has a wonderful tit shot in it. One of the best films of breasts that I've seen, because it shows breasts doing what they actually are built to do, which is to give milk. And we can talk about it afterward, or I'll say too much first.
So let's watch Elixir. Amy, well, of course, the idea of fertility is very present in the film because of the breast and the pregnant woman, and also this white substance that can be or cannot be or can be other thing than milk. So, can you tell us a little bit about the substances in the film?
Sure. So some of them are egg white, the white of an egg. Some of it is uzu. I'm sure you're familiar with it. It's a wonderful clear liquid that when you add either an ice cube or water becomes milky. That's one of the liquids in it very much. And of course, garlic needs to be a main ingredient in everything. And so, of course, I have garlic in the film. The blue paint, the orange is turmeric, edible turmeric. The aquamarine is not edible, it's rather poisonous, but the blue pigment is not edible, but it certainly is gratifying. Bubbles in water, actual milk. The child drinking did not drink milk, so she was drinking rice milk. That's another liquid. And then, of course, there's water that the seeming butterflies are flying around in. Those are fish in water. So there's also a water element. The fish are in water, of course. Oh, and he's also reminding me, drinking the milk, he's reminding me that the hand holding the glass of milk, which becomes a hand holding of fish, is a Maya glyph. One doesn't need to know that, but I think an interesting thing is that the Maya word for to conjure is tsak, which means to conjure, to call forth. And that glyph is drawn as a hand holding a fish. And it was known that that was what it meant for a very long time during the decipherment, which was, what should we say, 50 years it was known, but they did not know why the hell it was a fish being held by a hand. It was completely opaque to the Western scholars who were looking for this. And finally, one day, one of the linguists was talking to his colleague, an informant in the Yucatan, and the guy said, well, of course, tsak is to conjure. And he said, why? He said, well, you know how it is. Conjuration is like reaching through a surface and pulling something out, which is a gorgeous metaphor and would be obvious to any Maya, but not to a Westerner, not to a European, that was to call something forth from beyond where you are.
So I was wondering also about the years in your films. This is maybe not a super interesting question, but I was wondering if, because of the ones we're showing today, the dates are 2012 and 2014. And why does it look like your films are like coming out like a lot in a year, and then you have like hiatus? Why is that like this?
Because I don't finish them all at one time. I don't finish, for example, I now have about 6 of them waiting for the titles to be finished shooting so I can put them on. I'm very slow generally, but usually when I finally get it together to shoot titles, which is much more work in film than it is to do digitally. You have to prepare artwork, and then you have to shoot it correctly, and then you have to cut it onto the work print, then it has to be conformed to the negative. It's much more work, and it's expensive to do, and so it's best to do lots of it at one time. So it's really just a convenience of that. The dates are pretty much not exactly right.
Well, now I want to follow the conversation with Falling Lessons, with this, which is your feature film that we hopefully gonna show next year in our festival. That we're very looking forward to watch the film, like in the screen actually. And I wanted to ask you about how did you construct that film? It's like articulated with these vertical movements of the camera, and also it has like a lot of faces, a lot of expressions, a lot of words in it. So can you tell me a little bit how was the conception of the film?
I like the idea of surrender and resistance. And so that everything would fall by in a relentless flow, inducing a full-time and permanent nostalgia about every beauty that passes in front of your eyes. That was part of the first kernel of it. And so I wanted this sense of both loss and rejuvenation to be there. And so that accounts for the vertical tilt of almost everything falling by in enticing close-up, mostly. Then I constructed the whole thing because I really wanted it to start terrifying, or let's just say uneasy, and become more uneasy, and then totally terrifying, and then to crash through and come through gloriously. And so to do that, part of doing that, I started with a bunch of reddish warm colors at the beginning. Red is a color I don't generally care for, or let's just say its normal usage in society, the society that I've spent most of my time in. It's a warning or a prohibition or a correction that's vicious. I'm still angry at any teacher who ever used red ink on any page I presented to them. So I started with red and disturbance, and then orange, and then yellow, and moved through into green, where it was more hopeful, and then end in blue and violet. So that's a substructure, but not necessarily, it's not the story, but let's just say it's part of the bone structure of the thing. Then there is the disturbing main scene, you might say, the one that has the narrative element to it. And that one I kept trying to cut out of the movie. It was so disturbing to me. I kept trying to remove it entirely, even though that's what the film has to be having in it. And I found that I really needed to have it in there. And so, and part of why it's in there is that disturbance interrupts one's normal contemplation and does not go away. When I filmed it, it was 1980. It was very obvious at the time what the negative situation was as far as race, the police, violence, and that was unacceptable. And at the time, it was very clear to me. Other people, however, would walk into my editing room and say, "What is this?" And I would say, "What do you mean, what is this? This is what's going on all the time. Open your eyes." But I wasn't there to make the point for them. I was just there to make the movie. And so now, of course, unfortunately, it's more topical and timely than ever.
So we chose to show in this program Injury on a Theme, which is a more recent film that relates very much to the work you made in Falling Lessons. And we were talking the other day on how this film relates also to the current situation of the world. So could you introduce us to Injury on a Theme?
Well, I subtitle it A Short, Sweet Film About Torture, because since my youth, we've always had this situation of oppression. My country is involved in oppression everywhere, both at home and abroad. And one wonders what one would do if in the course of being resistant, you were detained and imposed upon by the authorities. And so that's always struck me as an important thing to think about in advance, how to prepare your mind for that, how to bolster yourself so that you're permanently resistant your whole life of anything that's unacceptable, and don't become too relaxed, too comfortable to let it pass. And so well, that's the injury. And then to discuss methods of dealing with it was part of it. When I was dancing, the gesture of raising one's head and taking a breath and crashing through something was to me the most exquisite and the most inspiring that we could physically do or could think about. And so I caused the friends who were in front of the camera to make that gesture of lifting their heads and set up these situations to suggest that you could go inside and leave, that you could go inside your head and physically leave. I say that perhaps too literally in the text of the movie. It's Shirley Clarke who says it. She didn't literally say that, unfortunately. I put the words in her mouth. She said something else when she was in front of my lens. But yeah, if you don't like something, you can either change it or leave. So this is encouragement to do that, and also various mental approaches to take and how to do that.
So let's watch Injury in a Theme.
Don't worry, this won't hurt a bit.
Get up, you filth.
That must be painful. I think it's best when they beat you not to resist. It hurts less if you do it that way. Look, if you resist them, it just drives them crazy. They'll end up hurting you more. It's like when they took Manny, right?
They beat me until they were exalted. So, how's the new guy?
Perfect. Yeah.
Just leave your corpse there and return later.
It's okay. Just take it to the 4th level.
No, really. I just have to tell you. Sometimes you just have to leave.
In this film, I've seen something that is also present, I think, in Falling Lessons, which is the lip sync. I mean, the words you hear that people say during the films, they are not saying that words, but they are lip syncing, right? Is that correct?
Well, actually, it's the other way around. I'm doing my best to put sounds in to match what they said. Sometimes they said actually what it was. Some of the lines actually are lip sync in Falling Lessons. Quite a few of them are. Many of them are in the scenes that do have sound on screen. But in some cases, I took the liberty of changing them.
Mm-hmm. And can you tell me about the words they say?
Some of them were written by me and appear in a script. Others, I was just lucky that someone said that. Some of my favorite lines were recordings made separate from film, recordings that I found and was able to use of strangers talking in the street. One of my favorite lines was recorded as a soundtrack for a picture by Bob Nakamura about an old age home. And it was B-roll sound recording. And a woman made this most extraordinary bunch of remarks. I could say it. Dinner time, dinner time, dinner time, dinner time. It's supper time, really. And you are a gentleman, and you do what you have to do. Oh, it's most excruciating to hear this voice of somebody who's a bit unhinged and knows exactly what they're talking about. And for me, that made so much sense with the images that I put it with. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's terrifying.
Yeah, it is.
That's right. One of the other great lines in the film I had nothing to do with is a poet who's not living anymore. He was a street poet in New York City named the Poet O. Isidore Block was his name. And a friend of mine was recording him walking around, and he said, "You record all this on cellulose? Why don't you put it in your head? Too much?" I mean, I can't write a line that good, but he did. So there are lines like that in the film. Then there are, when Marty Muller calls for the chairs, I asked him to call for the chairs. So some of the lines, as I say, are scripted and played by the person in front of the camera, and others were not. There's some of the songs sung. It's a 2.5-year-old girl who was singing in a hallway while her father was talking, and she was singing freely and amazingly. And I asked her father if he would mind if I recorded her, and he said, "Ask her." I said, "Ife, would you like to?" And she said, "Okay." She walked with me into the recording studio that I happened to be set up in, got in front of this microphone and sang fantastic lyrics that she was making up on the spot. They don't resemble anything I've ever heard before. Quite, I mean, so some are scripted, some are found.
And about the images, there are a couple of images that I was wondering. For instance, the image of this black woman being taken by the police. Is that image also in Falling Lessons, or maybe I remember something like that from the film?
You're correct. Yes, it is from Falling Lessons. It's still, to date, the most expensive thing I've ever done in my life was staging that. Because I
I was wondering if it was found footage or it was a stage.
No. That is completely fabricated footage. Amazing to me that people ask, because in that scene, not in Injury on a Theme, but in Falling Lessons, in the full presentation, you see the mother holding her son exactly like a pietà. It would be impossible for a camera to happen upon that. No, that was entirely staged. I rented the police car. I rented the police uniforms. I rented the fake guns. I fed a crowd of 70 people. As I say, it was still the most expensive thing I've ever done. But that's, and by a fluke, I thought about it while I was editing. Man, this really looks like documentary parts of it, I thought. With these scratches and all this. I thought maybe what I should do is leave it like that and make a copy of the work print so it looks really jagged and ragged, so it looks even more documentary. Well, that decision was taken away from me, even though I entertained it, because that piece of negative disappeared from the lab. And so I ended up having to dupe it, which was a decision I was playing with but had not decided to make. No, that's entirely fabricated.
And there are other shots that also relate to other films of yours, like for instance, the one of the hands. This has to do with one of your first films, right? Somehow, or there is a connection, like you made clearly with that, or just like an inclination you have for these kind of shots?
One of the first films I made was Filament, The Hands, which is the movie about Theodorakis conducting. And always, like any other children, I love looking at people's hands. I love looking at them gesture while they're talking or doing something or making something, or singers who make gestures while they're singing that are like pulling the notes out. I love that. And in the case of Theodorakis, the rhythms that he makes, because he's playing Greek, ferocious, syncopated rhythms, were so fantastic. So that was the first one that I made, just of hand gestures. Then the one I think you're talking about, Invocation, which is that one. Those are my hands, carefully lit, and then someone turned the camera on for me after I had set the frame. I'm not done with hands yet, of course.
And both, I think in both in Elixir and in this one, there is also a relationship to maybe your background in dance because of that gestures you are mentioning, like how people move, that kind of goes with the rhythm of the film. And I think that the gestures are like very crucial in this. So do you think that maybe there is a connection between your background in dancing and the gestures in your film?
Yeah, unquestionably. There's a direct relationship because the rhythms come out of the gestures that are normally made. Yeah, totally. There's a film that is abstract in a picture called Three Preparations, one of my earliest films. The last section is called the Cannonball section. So all you're seeing are large, dark things moving. But the rhythms that they are entirely generated by the fact that I'm filming straight down, trying to balance on cannonballs. And so the movement of that generates the rhythm. I totally love that. The rhythm comes out of the gestures that are natural to the thing.
And you have had some relationship to performance during your career. I have read that you were like performing with Ken Jacobs back in the 70s. Can you tell us a little bit about how was that?
I was in the New York Apparition Theater, which was three-dimensional shadow play. Sometimes very naturalistic, using rear projection usually, and usually two light sources, with Polaroids and also Polaroid lenses with different orientations for the glasses, or using anaglyph, two colors, or just using colored shadows. And so yes, we did several years of that in the company with Ken and Flo Jacobs. And it just seemed like a natural outflow from my training that they needed assistance on this, and it was exquisite to do and beautiful to see, and so that was a natural thing. I also was in a performance that nearly got Binghamton University closed. Herman Nietzsche, it was one of his Orgies Mysteries Theater, with lots of dead animals, dead fish, buckets of blood, and I performed on that one because Ken thought he was good, and because I can take direction when I trust the outcome of it. And but I am pretty shy, basically, and don't really like to be in front of people performing, usually. I like functioning, and I don't mind being seen while I'm working. But performing isn't really my speed. And then in more recent years, I've worked with David Lebrun and Single Winged Turquoise Bird, which is a classic light show that he started with some other guys in 1968 and was revived again in the past 15 years, I think. And I've been working with them on Liquid Colors. That's more like a visual jazz with a plan, with 7 performers, 3 of us on liquids and color, 2 of us on film projection, and 2 of us doing, or 2 to 3 people doing slide projection, all on the same screen, all responding to each other and to the music.
And besides on working on your own films and projects, if you search your name in the Internet Movie Database, one can see that you have worked like gaffer and like electrician in many, and in lighting in many films, like feature films or not commercial, because I've seen that you have worked with Pat O'Neill, for instance. And can you tell us a little bit about this side of yours as a person?
Well, in order to learn anything about light, the only thing you can do is look all the time and try to manipulate it, like children normally do. When I was little, I would be in the dark playing with the Venetian blind until some adult came in and said, "What are you doing in here, you strange little girl, playing in the dark?" And I would say, "This is not dark." So beginning then, and then starting to make films, I realized I needed to know how to have more control over lighting. And it was not until I came to Los Angeles in 1974 that I discovered, to my amazement, that people didn't light their own movies and they didn't shoot their own movies. And this was actually a craft and a profession. Well, so that was a wonderful thing, because one can focus just on the lighting of whatever the film product is and learn to craft the light using those things. So I've done lots and lots of lighting for Hollywood films, lots, from the high to the low. From I'mo Get You Sucker and Stand and Deliver, Godzilla 85, Tremors 3, Aliens 3, and then to be able to use that craft to do my own lighting for my own work, and also to help friends of mine. So when Pat O'Neill invited me to join with him to do various films of his, naturally, because he is somebody who I have complete confidence in, I said yes. So that included everything from being a live prop in front of his camera for some of what he was doing, and then the great pleasure of being the lighting and grip for The Decay of Fiction, which is end to end it's completely the whole thing a special effects film. The whole thing is time lapse with lighting and motion control, and that was really, in a way, a huge payoff to a life of studying light, because we were able to do, he permitted me or encouraged me to do classic Hollywood lighting, because he was playing with those tropes. And we did them in a limbo, a black space, that was built exactly to replicate the locations he'd shot the time lapse in. That was a very fantastic experience. And then more recently, I've been working with David Lebrun, my husband, my colleague, on his work, trying to elucidate antiquities. So in the case of the Maya decipherment, a lot of the writing is carved into rock. It's hard to see that. And almost never in a museum is it lit correctly. Objects are lit like objects, but if you're trying to read them, they'd almost never give you a raking light, which is what you need to see the carvings with. So we went around doing a lot of that, private collections, museums, as well as in the field. We had the extreme pleasure and honor of being allowed to bring a generator, a small Honda generator, to Palenque and light this amazing and important edifice, the Tablet of the Inscriptions, which everybody had thought was completely illegible because it was so eroded. But when we put the right light on it, you could see very much more than anyone would have expected. That's in Breaking the Maya Code. Then more recently, we did a further film about the vases called Dance of the Maize God. And now I'm working with him on a series of animations of small and large antiquities. Sometimes they look like absolutely nothing until you light them. For example, one of the animations is of a series of ceramic figurines from underneath where Mexico City is now, when it was just villages around a big lake. And this place called Tlatilco had these fantastic figurines, but they look like little pieces of crap in a case. They just look like little nothing, ceramic nothing. But when you place the camera correctly and light them, like personages, you see them again, and they become alive again. And so that's what I'm using my craft for in collaboration these days with him, besides on my own work.
So you told me you are very shy, but actually you were an actress as well in Soft Fiction by Chica Strand.
That wasn't acting. Acting is, and I can say this with some authority because I worked on a lot of films with a lot of great actors and also some shitty ones. And acting is a really important craft, which in narrative filmmaking carries almost the entire weight of a film. It's a craft that I have never studied, I have never practiced, and I never have aspired to it. What I do is behaving in front of a camera in the company of a friend of mine who asks me to do something. So yes, although Chicky told me that I was the Chicky figure in the film, I thought of that in a way as a sort of 0 point, a sort of neutral 0 point for her as a point of reference. So she said, please take the suitcase and halfway up the stairs, let it fall open. I can do that. But I was never expressing anything or acting. I have a friend or two who think of me as a movie star because of these 2 or 3 films, but I'm not an actor.
Well, your presence is in the film. There is a kind of collaboration, I guess.
Yeah, it's a collaboration, but it's much more relaxed, and it certainly isn't that particular craft of acting.
But that was not the only film you worked with Chica Strang, right?
No, I've been on several. For example, one of the most amazing things I did with her, you would never know that it was me in the frame. The film Kristallnacht, you don't see anybody in that film. But there was me and one other woman, and we were in a freezing swimming pool in the middle of winter that was unheated. That's what Kristallnacht is made out of. So that's what I can do. I can do what I'm asked to do by someone I trust, but I wouldn't call it acting.
It's funny because in that Canyon program by Antonella, there was Kristallnacht and also 3 Minute Hell. So you were like double in that program that year.
I love the invisibility of that too, because it's not something that anybody would know unless they happen to know what that was. I think that's interesting.
So finally, can you tell us what are you working on now?
I'm trying to finish something called 4 Fingers, 5 Toes. I'm waiting now for the recording music, which the musicians are waiting. The recording space is available, but we are not going out of our buildings, and we're not meeting to work. So that's on pause in a way. But other than that, that's cut. The negative is ready. The titles need to be shot, depending on if I use that musician or if we don't put sound. That's what I'm at with that. Another film called Hula, also similar position. I need to record with my musicians the soundtrack for that one. Another one called Emit a Beam, See a Light. That one will be not dissimilar to what you were speaking of earlier, where I'm putting words into the mouths of people. It is the words that they said, but at a different time than when they were filmed. So that will be a little bit of a fabrication. There are things like that that I'm trying to finish up. Some of them were shot a long time ago. Then there's stuff that I'm shooting even now. That's just a few of the titles.
Well, thank you very much, Amy, for being with us today. Well, we all hope that you are going to be here with us in next year, if the world let us. So, thank you.
Thank you. I'm hoping to be able to meet my friends again and have a drink. We can't until we're allowed to leave. Cheers.